like new things and they are will compare our state string different. Okay, and yeah, good. We've got okay. Now, if you want to little bit the next stage, which I am doing with it. Okay, I think that this is below myself design and
In this video, we will look at recursive function for Now let us look at a function for counting the number of nodes in a linked list. That is, knowing the length of a linked list. If I count the nodes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes I have. So for this, we have to traverse through the linked list until we reach that last node. And every time we should go on counting. So with this way, we can know the number of nodes in the linked list. So I'll show you the working. I should have some variable, let us say count, and that count is initially 0. Then I should have a pointer p pointing on this first node whose address is 200, so this p will be 200. First step, increment count, so add 1 to it and move p to the next node. Then again do the same thing, add 1 to count and move p to next node. Add 1 to count and move p to next node. Same way, add 1 to count, move p to next node. Add 1 to count and move p to next node. So this next node is 0, so it is null. So when p became null, stop it. So this is how the procedure is, and it is very simple. So we have to traverse through the linked list and go on incremental count. So for this, I will write on a function. Let us make it as a function, integer count, which takes parameter, that is struct node pointer p. Then for counting, I need some variable, let us say c, which is having value 0. In this C variable, I'll be incrementing, I'll be counting it. So every time, say C++ counting for incrementing this value and move P to next node, P assign, P is next. And this procedure, I have to go on repeating it. So this should be written in a while loop. So while, what should be the condition? I should stop when P becomes null. So I should continue when P is not equal to null. So P is not equal to 0. So null can also be written as 0. Then at the end of loop, we will have the number of nodes in variable C. So return C. That's all. Now let us analyze the time taken by this function. See, this function is traversing through all the nodes and simply counting. So if I remove this line, then this is same as a traversing, which we have seen in the previous video. So how much time it takes for traversing all the nodes in a linked list? It depends on number of nodes. So if n nodes are there, then we say time is order of n. Time taken is order of n. So mostly the functions that are written upon linked lists, they will be taking order of n time. So we will not be analyzing it every time. So I'll just mention the time. So it's order of n. Then what about the space taken by this function? The space complexity depends on the number of variables or data members it is having. Like this is one pointer and an integer. That's all. Only two things are there. So pointer takes, let us say, 2 bytes, and integer also takes 2 bytes. Assume this. Total 4 bytes of memory is taking. So 4 bytes means 4 is constant. Time is n and space is constant. So we have finished the iterative version of count. Now let us write a recursive function for counting. So I will write the recursive function, then I will explain how it works. I will write the recursive function. Function name I am taking it as count only. Then it is taking a pointer. So we will be calling it by passing first node's pointer, that is 200. What it should do, if p is not null, it should count 1 for each node. And if it is a null, then it should count 0. So I will write on the condition. If p is equals to null, then return 0. So if there is no node, then return 0. Otherwise, if there is a node, then return count itself for p is next and also add 1. That's all. That's the function. Simple steps are defined. If p is null, then return 0. There is no node. If there is a node, then call for next node and add 1. So let us quickly trace this one and see how it is working. When we call this function for first node, that is 200, I am writing C for count. Then what it does, this is not null, so it will always go into the else part. It is not null, so it goes into the else part. So for almost all the nodes, it will be in else part only. So I will simply write down the steps one by one. So call itself for the next node, that is 210, and add 1. When to add 1? Not now, because unless this answer is known, we cannot add 1 to it. So 1 will not be added right now. The next call, C for next node, that is 270 and plus 1. This will be done afterwards. The next call, C for 300 and add 1. Adding 1 will be done afterwards. C of 350 and add 1. Adding 1 will be done afterwards. So for 350, C of 0 plus 1, adding 1 will be done afterwards. So you can see that in all these steps, it has entered into the else part only. Now P became null. So P is null. So when P is null, what it returns? It returns a 0. So this time, this is 0. So the result of this function is 0. So this will be 0 plus 1 is 1. And the result of this function is 1. So this will be 1 plus 1, that is 2. So the result of this function is 2. So this is 2 plus 1 is 3. So result of this function is 3. See, when this function is called, so whatever the result that we get, return value will be the value of that function only. So this is 3. So this is 3 plus 1. So it will be 4. So the result of this function is 4. So 4 plus 1 is 5. So the result of this function is 5. So this is how it works. So we can observe that addition is being done at returning time. It is not done at calling time. Now I'll make one small change and show you. See, sometimes students believe that if I write return 1 plus count, instead of writing plus 1 afterwards, if I add first, then will it add while calling? No. See this one. For this also, C of 200, 1 plus. Plus with what? This is a function called C of 210. So 1 will be added with the result of 210. So unless the result of 210 is known, addition cannot be done. So still this addition has to be done at returning time only. So I have done the tracing. Now if you see the time taken by this function is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 calls, n plus 1 calls, so it is order of n. And the space, definitely it uses a stack because it is recursion. We have already seen in previous video how the stack is constructed. So the space complexity is n plus 1, that is order of n. So the time and space for this function is order of n only. So this function is costly in terms of space. In terms of time, it is same as the iterative function that is using loop. We have written the function, it is same as that. But in terms of space, it is costly. Now I will make some changes in this function and show you what are the other ways I can write down same function. Let us see what are the changes we can do in the code, and the results remain same only. So inside if, when we have return statement, then if this is true, it will return. So it will not go further. So no need of else. Without else also you can write it. Instead of writing this termination condition, I can write it in other way. Like if p is not equal to null, that is not equal to 0, then return 1 plus count p caps next. Else return 0. See, here I have written this condition first, so I was returning 0, otherwise this was there. But now I have just changed the order. If p is not null, then do this, otherwise do this. So you can change the order also. Now, one more thing I'll show you. I'll write the function using some variable. I will declare some variable, local variable x, having value 0. If p means p is not null. You remember in one of the video I have shown you this one. This will be true if p is pointing on some node. If p is a null, then it will be false. So this is for p pointing on some node. That is not null. If it is not null, then exercise call count with next node. So we'll call this function and get the result in x. Then we will return x plus 1. So I have introduced one variable. See, earlier in the previous one, this was count, p is next, then plus 1. So instead of writing count here, I have taken it in some variable, then that variable I am using. So you can introduce a variable also. Next. Then else, if it is null, then return 0. So I will return 0. So see, if it is coming in else part, means x is remaining 0 only. So even I can say return x, this means 0 only. So you can introduce a variable also. Now let us write a function for finding the sum of all these elements. I want to add all these elements one by one. 8 plus 3 plus 7 plus 12 and so on. So I don't have to explain much because already we have learned.
लॉगिन आईडी और पासवर्ड तो बना दिया होगा, वो बना दिया हो तो ठीक है, नहीं बना तो बना लियो। जो फॉर्म है ना अभी फिल मत करियो, आज रात को करेंगे। तो कुछ में ऐसा है कभी कोई ऑप्शन में मिस्टेक हो जाती है ना, तो फिर बाद में प्रॉब्लम से होती है। अभी एक दो को गलती कर लेने दे, तो उसके बाद देखते हैं हम।
have to see the function. So let us write a function for adding all these values. So for adding, I should traverse all these nodes. So we know very well that we need a pointer for traversing all the nodes. That pointer should start from first node. So I will call the function name as add, and it takes a pointer to node type struct node start p. So this p must be first node. Let the return type be integer. So it means I am going to call this function by passing add first. So it will be taking a pointer to first node. P is a pointer to first node. Now what I should do here, I should traverse through all the nodes and go on adding the values. So for adding the values, I should have one variable. Let us call it as sum, and sum is 0. How to traverse all these? So using a loop, we have been doing this while p. So I can write like this. This means p not equal to null, and every time what I should do, sum assign sum plus p caps data or p is data. So I should add. First time 8 will be added to this one, and next time 3 will be added. So like that, I want all of them to be added. So for that, I should move p to the next node. P assign p is next. So if you remember, in the previous examples also we have seen that while loop and this statement, p assign p is next. This will be making p move on all the nodes one by one. So it will help us to traverse the linked list. So what I am doing while traversing, just go on adding the data in sum. So I'll get the sum of all the elements in this variable sum. So finally, return sum. The analysis of this function is same. It is order of n because it's visiting all the nodes just once. Now let me write down the same function for finding the sum of all the elements using recursion. I will call the function name as add, same function I am taking, and it's taking a parameter struct node pointer p. Then it should return integer result because all these elements are integer in our example. Now in the recursive method, already we have seen in counting in the previous video, similar approach we have to take. So here I will write down the termination condition. If p is equal to 0, that is null, then return 0. So if it is null means we don't have to add anything. If p is null means nothing is there is no element, so 0. Otherwise, else, return, add function will call itself upon next node. So this is next node plus the data of the current node. So plus p is data, p is data. So this is a recursive function. It is similar to count function only, except instead of adding 1, here I am adding p is data. So data of every node will be added. In the count function, it was adding 1 every time, but here it is adding data. So the working will be same, and already we are familiar with recursion. It uses stack. So it's going through all the nodes, so time is order of n, and the stack space is also order of n. So the time and space of this function is order of n. In this video, we will write few functions upon linked list, that is counting the number of nodes and finding the sum of all the elements in a linked list. And also we will write a function for search. So all these functions, we can write them iterative as well as recursive. Already I have discussed these functions upon whiteboard, so just I have to write the code and give you a demonstration. So let us write first function for counting the number of nodes in a linked list. So here, already I have an array of elements and I have already created a linked list. This is the same program which we have already seen in previous videos. This create function already I have explained in the beginning of this create function already I have explained in the previous videos. So this is the create function. So I am updating the same program. This is the create function. Here you can see. So I'm updating the same program. Already structure is already defined and the pointer first is also there. So I'm adding functions to the same program. So finally it becomes a single big program for the linked list. Now here I will write a function for counting number of nodes, that is finding length of a linked list. The return function. This function count. The total length is 5. Yes, it is 5. I'll just give a line gap and run it again and show you. Let's run it. Yes, I got a message that length is 5. Let us add a few more elements here. 8, 12, 20, and the number of elements are increased. Total 8 elements. Yes, length is 8, so it's working perfect. The next same thing I can write it as a recursive function. This should take a node. We have this already. We have to check if on p. Otherwise, so here our count should return us is returning. Finding sum should be in pointer for finding sum 0. Now scan through the entire linked list, that is traverse through this linked list while p is not equal to null. And every time s plus assign p's data is added. So p moves to next node. That's all. Instead of displaying, we are adding them to variable s, and finally return s, that is sum of all the elements. And here I will remove this printf and I will write a function for finding sum. So printf %d, then new line. So I have few elements here. These elements, I will call it pointer to. I will check if 0. Otherwise, return call our sum itself, that is on next node, and also add the data of node. has solved a very simple function. Function recursive. Function is just in 2-3 lines. It has finished. Now here instead of sum, I will call unseen result. So that's all. We have seen count function, and count means that is number of nodes, that is length of a linked list. And recursive count, then we saw. So this was iterative count, then we saw recursive count, then sum, iterative sum. Let us write a procedure for finding a maximum element in a linked list. So first array and linked list. So first thing, problem with an array. So first I'll show you it's working, then I will write down. Write a procedure for finding a maximum element in a linked list. So first I'll show you it's working, then I will write down a function for it. I want to find out maximum element. So I should traverse all these elements in a linked list. So I should take a pointer and let the pointer traverse through all these elements. So we know how to traverse. But for finding maximum, I should have some variable, let us say max. Then it should have some initial value. This max should have some initial value. To call something maximum, that is larger, you should have some small number so that the other number becomes larger than your number. So for this, what should be the initial value? So we should have some smallest number. So we can assign minimum integer. Because all these values are integer only, so we should have a smallest integer. So I will assume that smallest integer is -32768 in a 16-bit integer, that is 2 bytes integer. So we are assuming integer takes 2 bytes, so in 2 bytes this is the smallest number we can write, -32768. So I have explained you that we must have some minimum value with us. Now any value other than this one is definitely greater because this is the smallest value. Now see the procedure. First value 8, is it greater than this one? Yes. So change it to 8. The next next value. 3, is it greater than 8? No. Move to the next value. 7, is it greater than 8? No. Move to the next value. 12, is it greater than 8? Yes, make it 12, change it to 12. The next number, 9, is it greater than 12? No. So largest number in the linked list is 12. So with every time we can compare the element with max, and if the element is greater than max, we will save it in max. Now the same simple procedure I will write out it as a function. Let us call the function name as max. It should take the parameter as first pointer. So instead of writing struct node, I'll just write node p. So struct is by default, we know we have to write. Then it should return a maximum integer. Here we should have one variable m that should have -3, 2, 7, 6, 8. So this is nothing but minimum integer. So any of this you can assign, either assign the value or say minimum integer. So you can assign minimum integer, but I am writing this smallest value based on 2-byte integer. Now we have to traverse through all the nodes and go on comparing the values with this m. I am taking the variable name as m now. So this traversing is done using loop. While p, if P's data is greater than the value of m, then change the value of m to P's data and move P to next node. This will be moving to the next node for traversing. And at the end, we will be having the smallest element in variable m, return m. This is the function for finding maximum of all the elements in a linked list. Now I will write on a recursive function for this one. So let us call the function name also max, and this takes node pointer p and it returns an integer. Now recursive function, how we are writing is, for null condition, if p is null, return minimum integer, that is min int. If it is not null, then else part. Here I will use a temporary variable and I will call this function on next node, p's next node. Already I have shown you this in one of the examples, that we can declare some variable and we can take the result in variable. Now whatever the result that we are getting, if this result is greater than p's data, then return this result x. Otherwise, return p's data. So here we get the result in variable x and that result is greater than P's data, that is data inside node, then we will return that result X, otherwise we will return P's data. So this is a recursive. Function. I will rewrite same function in a different way. Here I will show you. Same function I will rewrite again. Int max node star p, integer x assign something. Even you can leave it uninitialized. P assign 0, return min int, return min int. As I said, if you already have written statement inside if, you don't need else. So simply I can write on those statement without else. X assign max of P's next. Then this comparison if else, I can write on same thing using ternary operator. So simply write return if X is greater than P's data, return X, otherwise P's data. So this function looks simple. Just in few lines it has finished. It is not lengthy like this. So by using ternary operator, we can reduce the code. So if you are used to with this type of statements, then it will be very concise statement. Then it will be very easy to read than writing this lengthy if and else code. So this is the function for finding maximum. Now I don't have to explain how to find min. So for max we are checking for greater, for min we have to check it for small. as we have discussed on board, I will write on iterative version as well as recursive function. So from your compiler, you can take the value, otherwise you can set a minimum value like -33767 or -65535. The next is while p is not equal to null, we should continue. Every time check low, we will modify max. P should will be getting this function I will call inside the main function p and also /n, and here I will call a function max by passing pointer first, that is a pointer to a first node of a linked list. So already we have created this linked list with 8 elements. On the same linked list it will find out the maximum number. Here we have maximum number is 20. I'll try to change this one. I'll make it as 2. So now the largest number we have is 15, so we should get the answer 15. Let us run. Yes, we got the number as 15. If I change this to 25 and run it again, yes, maximum number is 25. Now similarly, you can implement a function for finding minimum by yourself. That's a student exercise. Now next I will write on a recursive version for finding maximum element. So int, I will call it as rmax. It will take a structure node pointer p, and here I should have some variable of type integer which is initialized with a 0, and as per the code we have seen on board, so the same thing I am writing. If p is null, that is 0, I have return int 32 min. Otherwise we will call a function rmax by passing p's next, and whatever the value we receive, we compare and return the value. If x is greater than p's data, then return x, otherwise return p's data. That's all. This is the function already we have seen. I'll just give a line gap here. From here our function code starts, that is p is 0, then return minimum number. Otherwise call the function recursively and take the result in x, and if x is greater, return x, otherwise return p's data.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
इसके बाद हम ग्रुप कॉल में क्या स्टेटस है उसमें उसके वास्ते बात करें।
जी सर, कुछ लोगों ने अभी अपने ग्रुप्स भेजे हैं और प्रसून कर देगा नेक्स्ट वीक।
कुछ लोगों ने मुझे सब में मुझे यार अभी सब लोगों ने कहा था कि प्लान से करके कितने लोगों का रह गया बताओ, जल्दी जल्दी करो।
सर अभी नहीं भेजे, सबने बोल दिया मैंने।
आज भेज दूंगा।
तो उसका फायर सोलेट
सर मैं अकेले ही दूंगा तो आप भेज दूंगा सर।
This is not fair enough. You should follow the instruction like precisely. Archana Yadav.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Ashutosh Singh.
Yes, sir.
भेज दिया तुमने?
Yes, sir.
भावेश गुप्ता. बाली शर्मा, दिव्या प्रकाश, अनुष्का त्रिवेदी बोलो नहीं, इनसे बात करने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा।
यस सर मैंने तो भेज दिया।
दीपाली है क्लास में। दिव्या प्रकाश, अनुष्का रस्तोगी। भेज दिया अनुष्का ने? अभी भेजा है?
नो सर, इसने पहले भेज दिया था सर, 4 ग्रुप में भेजा है बस।
नहीं, टॉपिक मैं डिफरेंट सोच रहा था तो पता नहीं कोई बनाएगा ग्रुप में, नहीं तो इंडिविजुअल थोड़ा टॉपिक जो है डिफरेंट सोच रहा था।
तो अब कैसे वाइंड अप करें इस प्रोसेस को ग्रुपिंग के?
शाम तक भेज दूंगा सर।
बाकी सब रिस्पॉन्ड करो फटाफट से।
यस सर, शाम तक कर देंगे सर, शाम तक हो जाएगा।
अनुष्का को 7 PM पे अनुष्का एक बार मेरे को भेज देना जितने हो जाए, उसके बाद फील कर देना। क्लियर अनुष्का?
यस सर।
यस सर।
ये सबसे पहले हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की डेफिनेशन पढ़ रहे हैं। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज ए collection of people who are working together to achieve some individual and organizational goal। जब भी लोग किसी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का पार्ट है, इसका मतलब they must have some individual goals as well as their organizational goal। ये जो है ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल बिहेवियर की डेफिनेशन है। ये इसकी काफी सारी डेफिनेशन होंगी स्लाइड्स में। ये दिस सेकंड वन इज अ गुड वन। This says that organizational behavior is the study of human behavior in organizational setting। का मतलब समझ गया कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जब होंगे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ज्वाइन करते हैं तो किस तरह से जो भी उसकी सेटिंग्स है, जो भी उसका माहौल है, वहाँ पे हाउ अ पर्सन विल बिहेव। जैसे ऊपर की मैं लिखा हूँ द स्टडी ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड ऑफ द कलेक्शन ऑफ पीपल विदिन देम टुगेदर। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को भी स्टडी करेंगे और लोगों के बिहेवियर को भी स्टडी करेंगे और उनकी टुगेदरनेस को भी स्टडी करेंगे। ये स्लाइड काफ़ी कुछ कहती है, देखो ये रीजन कर रही है। Organizational behavior provides a set of tools that allow two things: people to understand, analyze, and describe the behavior in the organization. ठीक है, और इधर क्या है, मैनेजर टू improve, enhance or change work behavior so that the individual groups and the whole organization can achieve their goal. Am I clear this thing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. स्लाइड मैंने शेयर कर दी है, इसमें एक तो डेफिनेशन है ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल बिहेवियर की 2-3, और एक ये जो स्लाइड में जो ये डिवीजन सी बनी हुई है वो दे रखी है। आप इसको 2 मिनट के लिए देखो या 2-4 मिनट, मैं 2-4 मिनट बाद आपसे बात करूँ। रक्षा गुप्ता का माइक ऑन है, प्लीज ऑफ करें। आई विल टॉक टू यू।
सर ऑफ ही है।
नहीं ऑन दिखा रहा है बेटा, अब ऑफ है तो कोई बात नहीं। मैं आपसे 2-4 मिनट में बात करता हूँ, ठीक है? आप मेरी पहले 4-5 मिनट।
ओके सर।
This traversing is done using loop. Simply write return x. Otherwise,
है
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ठीक है और मेरा डेफिनेशन है तो ये आगे कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के बारे में कुछ वर्ड्स लिखे गए हैं तो जैसे कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आर social system or organization combination of humanity and technology. Obviously, always the study and application of knowledge about how people act in the organization. Definition of change complex organization ताकि आपको पता लगे. The study of application of knowledge about how people act in the organization. ये फिर ये चार पार्ट है. ये complex set of forces that affect the organization. चार फैक्टर है ये इसमें क्वेश्चन आ सकता है आपके which affect the organization the people obviously जैसे लिखा हुआ है when people join the इन चार चीजों को यहाँ पे जोड़ के लिखा हुआ है when the people join the organization to accomplish the goals or objectives some kind of structure is required right? They use machinery gadgets and technology to achieve the organization goal. At the same time, they are influenced by the external. Right? Clear this line? और इसको इस तरह से लिखा गया है. देखो ये चार people, obviously the person who join, in which structure they are, कि जैसे होता है ना hierarchy, जैसे कि एक boss है, उसके नीचे काम कर रहे हैं, इस टाइप का सिस्टम है, proper hierarchy है या फिर वो topology समझते हैं, तो structure how they are connected, कैसे communicate environment में यहाँ पे internal भी आ सकते हैं जहाँ पे external environment की बात करते हैं. Am I clear everybody?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
ये 7वीं और 8वीं स्लाइड है ये और ये इसमें से पेपर में क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा. ये कुछ डेफिनेशन है कुछ अलग अलग लोगों ने कही है इसका जस्ट आप इस पे यू कैन हैव अ लुक ऑन दिस ऐसे हम बाय नेम किसी का नहीं पूछते हैं वैसे ठीक है वैसे एक आइडिया हो जाए. व्हाई डू वी स्टडी ओबी टू लर्न अबाउट आवरसेल्फ एंड अदर. ये पॉइंट हमें खुद भी जैसे हमने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ज्वाइन किया हमें खुद भी पता हो जाए कि क्या हमारे प्लस माइनस है और नेगेटिव पॉइंट है. टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ द मनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वी एनकाउंटर वर्क organization doesn't come to become familiar with teamwork. Obviously, when that you join an organization, so you'll have a team. तो team कैसे join करेगी? To help us think about the people issues faced by the managers. To help us to think about the people issues faced. जैसे कि managers जो है वो जो manage करते हैं वो सारा system देखते हैं वो किस टाइप की चीजें उनको manage करनी है क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम आती है. Contributing discipline various fields which contribute to the organizational behavior obviously the sociology social psychology and anthropology and political science ये 5 अलग-अलग फील्ड्स हैं जो कि मिलके मतलब इससे वो भी बनता है. अभी ये इसके बारे में हम लोग बारी-बारी से बात करेंगे. साइकोलॉजी ये अच्छा लिखा हुआ है सबसे पहले the science that seeks to measure explain and sometimes change the behavior of human and other animals. It involves the following things जैसे कि learning, motivation, personality, emotion, perception. ये सब साइको के बारे में आप जानते हो. ये सब वर्ड्स है. You need not to cram all पर कुछ के बारे में आपको पता होना चाहिए. Similarly, sociology is the study of people in relation to their fellow human beings. सही इसमें ये कुछ पॉइंट्स जैसे ये सब लिखे हुए हैं जैसे कन्फ्लिक्ट पावर ये सब बताना चाहिए. various psychology that blend concept from psycho and social और combination है sociology का और psychology का and focus on the influence of people on next is this anthropology, the study of society to learn about thinking and their activity, the comparative values, comparative analysis, organizational culture, ये सब पॉइंट्स इसके अंदर आ जाते हैं। ये जो अभी हमने ये का चार्ट की फॉर्म में पढ़ा है, ये इसके बारे में एक जनरल सा डेफिनेशन फॉर्म में लिखा हुआ है, आप इसको पढ़ सकते हैं। साइकोलॉजी हाउ इंडिविजुअल्स बिहेव इन रिस्पांस टू स्टिमुलस। स्टिमुलस वर्ड का मतलब क्या होता है? एनीबॉडी प्लीज? हमारे नितिन और हिमांशु का माइक ऑन है, बंद करो इसको। और ये जो स्टिमुलस वर्ड का मीनिंग क्या होता है बताओ। वॉइस इज ऑडिबल टू एवरीबॉडी?
यस सर।
बच्चे बड़े हो गए हैं, रिस्पांस नहीं करते हैं।
नो सर, माइक्स वगैरह तो हमको ऑफ ही नजर आ रहे हैं सबके।
यस सर।
एक दो का मेरे को ऑन कोई बात नहीं। ये हिमांशु का नितिन का ये स्टिमुलस वर्ड का मतलब क्या, कोई बताए प्लीज? हर्ष वर्मा है क्लास में।
सर किसी को एनकरेज करना,
सर कोई भी आउटसाइड इफेक्ट,
जैसे किसी
सर इनपुट,
जैसे कुछ इनपुट मिलती है ना उसके रिस्पांस पे कुछ करना, जैसे इवोक कर रहे हैं, जैसे किसी को चूटी मार रहे हैं उससे वो क्या रिस्पांस कर रहा है, क्या एक्शन कर रहा है, उस टाइम समझ रहे बात? बिहेव इन रिस्पांस टू सम एक्सटर्नल इनपुट आप बोल सकते हैं। सोशियोलॉजी हाउ इंडिविजुअल्स रिलेट टू ग्रुप्स एंड टू ईच अदर। Social psychology, how individuals and organizations perceive conflict, threats, and undergo stress. मतलब पूरा ये सिस्टम है, ये जैसे कि conflict वाला उठा सकते हैं। Anthropology, understanding custom, traditions, and social more of people in the organization में माइक्रोसोफ्ट लास्ट है। मतलब कि एक बड़ी सोसाइटी में किस तरह से लोग रह रहे हैं, कैसे वो एक दूसरे के कस्टम्स को मान रहे हैं, फॉलो कर रहे हैं। पॉलिटिकल साइंस, अंडरस्टैंडिंग पावर अथॉरिटी, जैसे वो स्ट्रक्चर हो जाता है ना, तो फिर उसमें अथॉरिटी किसकी ज़्यादा है किसी, और कुछ केसेस में मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम भी होता है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, इसलिए ये इकोनॉमिक्स भी ऐड हो सकती है। तो ये 5 फील्ड में वेरियस कंट्रीब्यूटिंग फील्ड्स, ये पता लग गया पॉलिटिकल साइंस और ये। Am I clear everybody?
यस सर।
yes
sir.
Download and install with free activation.
करते हैं तो उसमें हमें साइकोलॉजी को
Total setup size is 938 megabytes. Setup type is offline installer.
नॉर्मेटिव साइंस में कुछ पूछा जाता है। नॉर्मेटिव साइंस का मतलब क्या है?
Tap on download button and download.
जैसे कुछ ऐसे रूल्स हैं, कुछ ऐसी जंक्शंस हैं जो कि कहीं लिखी नहीं गई कि भाई मतलब साइंस है और वो साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी जो भी इसको ठीक वो कर सकते हैं। इमोशन जुड़ी हुई है, क्रिएटिविटी जुड़ी हुई है, स्ट्रेस को कैसे दोस्त अपने वाइफ को मतलब हमेशा अटैच कर सकते हैं। Organizational behavior focus the attention of people from a holistic point of view. It is based upon the belief that needs and motivation of people are of high concern. So we need to motivate the people. So there is optimism about the innate potential of a man to be independent. It's a kind of a positive field in which we always have an optimum feeling. Optimistic है हम लोग कि भाई सब लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं वो सही कर रहे हैं। अगर कोई गलत काम कर भी रहा है तो उसका मतलब क्या है कि वो he may be better in some other work you can say कि ये वाला काम सही नहीं कर उसने नहीं भी किया तो कोई बात नहीं, कोई और काम सही कर सकते हैं। इस टाइप के पॉइंट्स इसमें हम लोग सिंपल थ्योरेटिकल पॉइंट है। आप पॉलिटिक्स में खुद भी लिख सकते हैं। ओरिएंटेड टुवर्ड द ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स। ओरिएंटेशन का मतलब हमने पिछली बार ही पढ़ लिया कि जैसे सारा का सारा जो भी चीज़ काम कर रहे हैं ultimately they are working to achieve the organizational goal. Organizational behavior is oriented toward the organizational objective. In fact, the organizational behavior tries to integrate both the individual objective हर एक आदमी का तो उसके अपना ऑब्जेक्टिव भी हो सकता है, अपने गोल्स हो सकते हैं, पर वो इस तरह से इंटीग्रेट करेंगे जैसे अगर कोई नई चीज़ वो सीख रहा है, वो कोर्स कर रहा है, तो वो सब चीज़ें क्या हो कि वो सब चीज़ें मतलब उसमें भी वो ऐड कर ले। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भी उसके उस फीचर्स को कल्चरल सिस्टम उसका कहाँ वो काम करता है, इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशनशिप कैसे, ये इन सबको मिला के हम एक उसके लिए एक सिस्टम प्रिपेयर करें जिससे कि हम उसके जो उसका लेवल है उसको हम अच्छे से जो उसकी मतलब उसके कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हैं, जो उसके फीचर्स हैं, जो उसके स्किल सेट है, कहने का मतलब ये वो उसको हम ठीक से क्लियर एवरीबॉडी ठीक लग रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल बिहेवियर का मतलब क्या समझ आया? कोई बताया प्लीज क्या मतलब है इसका? लेमन की लैंग्वेज में ओबी का क्या मतलब है, कोई बताया प्लीज? एनीबॉडी प्लीज? कनव बताए, कनव समझिए। प्रेजेंट है कृष्णकांत, प्रेजेंट है कृष्णकांत। शर्मा, आरिफ, बोलो। जैसे हमने पढ़ा बात what do you understand by this organization?
So organization behavior in layman terms it means the behavior of a employee while working in an organization, and in return the behavior of the people working in organization towards their employees. So it's
सर एक्सिट हो गया
basically how people act within the organization.
Krishnakant है My voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. क्या बात सर कोई रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर रहा क्लास में क्या सिस्टम बन गया बोर हो गए क्या सुबह से क्लास लग रही है क्या सिस्टम है मेरे से बोर हो गए क्या सिस्टम बोलो पढ़ना बंद करते पहले बात करते हैं ऑल वेल
यस सर
Yes, sir.
बोर हो गए क्या हो गया
सर फर्स्ट क्लास है यहाँ
आज की
यस सर
सुबह से क्या था आज कोई क्लास नहीं लगी
नो सर
क्यों क्या था आज
सर क्लासेस नहीं हो रही सर बहुत सारी क्लासेस कैंसिल हो रही हैं जब से ये सेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है
यस सर टाइम पे कोई नहीं हो रही
सर इसलिए सर बहुत बोर हो जाते हैं मतलब सुबह से बैठे हैं अभी पहली क्लास चल रही है
अच्छा तो फिर जो चल रही है उसको भी भगाओ ये मतलब
नो सर
कौन सी क्लास नहीं लगी आज क्या शेड्यूल था तुम लोगों का क्या था लैब थी कोई
सर 9:25 से थी पहली क्लास ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम की थी
उसका क्या हुआ
सर वो पोस्टपोन होके 4:30 पे चली गई शाम को
अच्छा जी
फिर उसके बाद फिर 10:40 पे क्लास थी मैम की जावा की वो भी कैंसिल हो गई
अच्छा
सर फिर उसके बाद गैप था 2 घंटे का 2 क्लासेस का गैप था उसके बाद आपकी क्लास है
हमारी ओएस की तो 3:45 पे आज को
आज क्या वीरवार आज थर्सडे है
यस सर
सेक्शन 2 सुबह लैब नहीं लगा सुबह लैब थी कोई लैब नहीं लगी
सर जीवन की लैब नहीं थी
अच्छा सेक्शन 1 है सॉरी
यस सर सेक्शन
G2 G3 की लैब लगी आज के नहीं लगी अच्छा सॉरी थर्सडे
As he
सॉरी थर्सडे ये पहले थर्सडे को आज दीपक सर की क्लास थी तुम्हारी
यस सर
Yes, sir.
क्या हुआ उसका क्या पता लगा
कुछ नहीं यस सर जावा की सर दोनों कैंसिल हो गई पता नहीं
वो प्रेजेंटेशन वगैरह चल रही है ना सेकंड ईयर की सेकंड ईयर की प्रेजेंटेशन चल रही है अच्छा और फिर वो थी वो तो पहली क्लास में ज़्यादा एनर्जी होनी चाहिए ये कोई नहीं थी तो अच्छा
आधे बच्चे सब नींद में हैं
बाकी अच्छा सुबह से क्लास लग जाती है फिर नींद हो जाती है
फ्लो टूट गया ना हम सब वेट कर रहे थे सुबह से
फ्लो टूट गया कैसे जोड़े फिर फ्लो
सर अब जुड़ जाएगा
सर अब जुड़ गया सर
आपकी बातें सुन के जुड़ गया सर
मेरी बातें सुन के जुड़ गया तो क्लास तो कभी एक आध दिन आगे पीछे हो जाती है कोई और असाइनमेंट होती है ना कोई शायद सेकंड ईयर के सुबह के टाइम में सेकंड ईयर वीक में ना उनके प्रोजेक्ट्स का चल रहा है शायद उसका चलो एक आध लेक्चर तो हो जाता है मतलब वो हो गया तुम तो एकदम बिजी हो गए हमारी क्लास में
वो 4:30 के बाद का टाइम देख के डर लग रहा है
4:30 के टाइम देख के बात कर रहे हैं अभी ये सेमेस्टर तुम्हारे ऐसे ही चलेगा तो कोरोना बढ़ गया है ना
यस सर
मतलब सेकंड ईयर
क्योंकि ये पेपर ही खत्म कर दिए बताओ और क्या होगा
सर हमको तो लग रहा है सर सेकेंड ईयर वैसे ना चला जाए।
सेकंड ईयर के सेमेस्टर
नो सर, थर्ड सेमेस्टर की बात कर रहा है।
ये तो सेकंड चल रहा है।
सर ये तो कब आएगा कब जाएगा पता ही नहीं।
ये कोई डिग्री का नहीं पता लगता यहाँ पे बच्चों को। फिर हम मिठाई के डिब्बे में पता लगता है यहाँ पे।
एक्चुअली जो का लिंक हमें शेयर किया गया है पर वो वर्क ही नहीं कर रहा है और बार बार मेल पे यही लिख के आ रहा है कि 23 के बाद फीस पेमेंट करोगे तो 500 का पेनल्टी लगेगा।
बेटा एक सही बिल्कुल जेन्युइन बात मैं बताऊँ ना, मेंबर्स आर रियली नो इन्फॉर्मेशन अबाउट दिस। अभी क्या वो नहीं चल रहा?
और अभी चला था आधा घंटा।
नहीं चल रहा, फिर बंद हो गया था, फिर नहीं चल रहा है,
दोबारा से बंद।
एप्लीकेशन भी रिजेक्ट कर दिया
और फिर मेल लिख के क्वेरी के लिए करो कि मेल साइट नहीं चल रही है तो सामने से रिप्लाई भी नहीं करते हैं।
Which kind of problem you are facing? अभी बस एक ही प्रॉब्लम बची है कि पोर्टल नहीं चल रहा, बाकी भी काफी बातें थी वो सॉर्ट आउट हो गई सारी।
सर
बोलो
सर मैं एक और पूछ रहा था सर, कुछ और एनआईटी में फीस जो हमारी लाइब्रेरी फीस वो सब नहीं ली जा रही, हमारे कॉलेज में ली जा रही सर, हम कंप्लेंट कहाँ करें फिर इससे रिलेटेड?
वो तो बात ना, वो तो मेरी बात सुनो, इस बारे में ना फैकल्टी को भी कुछ ज़्यादा पता नहीं होता। नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट
नहीं सर
आपने सुनो मेरी बात सुनो तो ना, ये जो वो मेल आईडी है ना आप उसमें से मेल कर सकते हैं, और या फिर वो अकाउंट्स का नंबर भी है ना आप उस पर भी बात कर सकते हैं। आप जो भी
मेल क्या पर रिप्लाई
तो कोई बात नहीं भी रिप्लाई आ रहा, आप फिर से मेल करो। जब आप मेल कर रहे हैं ना तो आपके पास पूरा प्रूफ है ना कि मेल करेंगे।
यस सर।
नॉट टू वरी, आप जो भी मेल करें सीए पे मेल कर दें जरूर, सीए पे मेल करें और अकाउंट्स करें, और मेल करने में ज़्यादा वो बात नहीं है। और देखो अगर पोर्टल नहीं चल रहा तो नहीं चल रहा ना, आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते। आप मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं?
हाँ सर, डेट एक्सटेंड होना चाहिए ना सर।
वो जैसा भी होगा हो जाएगा। सुनो इन बातों में ना हमें एक्चुअली मैंने भी बात की तो इन बारे में हमें कुछ पता नहीं, बस ये है कि वो बोलते हैं अकाउंट्स में मेल कर दो या फिर फोन नंबर पे बात करो। और अगर सर्वर डाउन है ना तो बेटा उनको भी खुद को ही पता होगा ना। ऐसा नहीं है कि डाउन है तुम्हें कह दिया चल रहा है वो डाउन है, ऐसा नहीं होता। बात समझे? मैं प्रॉब्लम तो बिल्कुल समझ रहा हूँ तुम्हारी, पर थोड़ा सा पेशेंस रख के सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा। मैं लेके जा रही हूँ, समझे मेरी बात? कुछ लोगों की हो गई फीस जमा, एक किसी की नहीं हुई।
नहीं सर, जैसे अभी उन्होंने क्या किया, 5 मिनट के लिए सिर्फ लिंक चलाया और
5 मिनट चलाया नहीं, वो गड़बड़ हो रही होगी तो यार थोड़ी 5 मिनट के लिए
भाई मेरे दिखा दिया एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्टेड, कईयों की अप्रूव और कईयों की अभी पेंडिंग। तो ऐसे में भी कर देंगे।
हाँ कोई बात नहीं, हो जाएगा दोबारा, आप ट्राई करो। थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम तो है, मैं समझता हूँ, और कोई हल भी नहीं है। कीप ऑन ट्राइंग, और थोड़ा सा जो भी आपको दिक्कत है आप मेल जो आप ये बात ध्यान रखो, सीए पे आप मेल करते हो, मेल भी रिप्लाई आएगा। एचओडी को आप सीसी में रखो तो रिप्लाई आ जाता है। ठीक है, बात समझ रहे हैं मेरी? तो यही ऑप्शन है। एंड प्लीज कीप योर मोरल अप।
ओके सर।
ओके सर। छोटी मोटी बातें हैं, ऐसा थोड़ी कि एनआईटी फीस नहीं जमा होएगा तो एनआईटी का एरिया बच्चे करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। इट्स अ टोटली स्टूडेंट अब बस ये आप लोग अपना ध्यान रखो और अपना जो भी आपको काम करने को कहा जा रहा है करो। जो जो भी मैसेज आ रहे हैं साथ मेल करते रहो। जो भी चीज़ आप मेल कर रहे हो उसके लिए मेल कर रहे हो। तुम तो बहुत बड़े बच्चे, तुम तो छोटे बच्चे हो गए। तुमने अभी एनआईटी में देखा है, तुम आए ना एनआईटी में आया तो फिर तुम आ जाओ अपने यहाँ के ना। कितने लोग आगे चक्कर मार गए एनआईटी में ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड? कोई आया तुम में से कि नहीं? कोई नहीं आया।
2019 में आया था सर।
2019 में किस लिए आया था हिमांशु? घूमने?
पेपर नीम सेट का।
अच्छा नीम सेट का पेपर। अच्छा पेपर का सेंटर यही था क्या?
पिछली बार था सर, जब पहली बार ऐसे ही दे दिया था।
अच्छा फिर दूसरी बार। अच्छा तुम्हारा तो तुम लोगों का पेपर ऑनलाइन हुआ होगा?
यस सर।
हाँ बोलो।
यही बोला सर, ऑनलाइन हुआ था।
किसी ने आगे चक्कर मारा एनआईटी में? नहीं मारा
सर। क्लासेस बड़ी शानदार थी।
कहाँ पे था तुम्हारा?
सर वो इंजीनियरिंग ब्लॉक। पुराने वाले में ही हुआ था, लास्ट ब्लॉक था, मतलब काफी थोड़ी स्ट्रेट में। यस सर, हाँ वही था।
और उसके सामने ये डिपार्टमेंट ना, तो सारा बदल गया, काफी कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रही है। तुम लोगों को जब देखने होगा तो सब लोग डिपार्टमेंट बदल जाएगा। मैं नहीं 1-2 महीने में जाता हूँ तो बदला ही मिलता है। ये तो मास कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रही है। चलो ठीक है,
यस सर, पोस्टपोन हो गया उनका।
यस सर, यही का एग्जाम देना तो उन्होंने बड़ी दिक्कत
इसलिए भी ये सब लोग ये सब चीजें मीटिंग्स में डिसाइड होती है स्टेट वगैरह की, शायद वो हो नहीं पा रही। और किसी की कम ज्यादा फीस होगी तो वो मतलब हर किसी की ज्यादा भी जाती है तो एडजस्ट हो जाती है, ऐसा बिल्कुल ठीक है। फिर इसकी जो मोरल है सबसे ज्यादा तो मन के हार है ना, मन के जीते।
यस सर।
पढ़ते रहो, कोशिश करो जैसे भी करके अपना मोरल अप रखो। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। इसको ज़्यादा मोरल डाउन हो रहा तो मुझसे बात करो।
सर अभी हम लोग को सर वो इंस्टीट्यूट आईडी प्रोवाइड नहीं की गई।
इंस्टीट्यूट की मेल आईडी नहीं मिली?
यस सर।
यस सर।
किसी को नहीं मिली?
नो सर।
यस सर, किसी को नहीं मिली सर इस बैच में।
तो जब किसी को नहीं मिली फिर करना क्या तुमने उसका?
कुछ नहीं सर।
बहुत सारे यूज है सर।
जैसे
इसका फायदा है
सर, जैसे मेरा एक दोस्त है सर, वो इलाहाबाद में है सर, उसने लैपटॉप खरीदा है सर, तो उसको वहाँ पे डिस्काउंट भी मिला था।
हाँ चलो कोई नहीं, मिल जाएगा तुम्हें
सर। वो तो बोनाफाइड के बेसिस पे मिल जाता है।
आओ चलो। और भी एक एनआईटी का मेल आईडी जो छान भी तो है, आशुतोष@NIT है कि नहीं?
पर कुछ दिन बाद फिर हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे ही नहीं है फिर।
हैं क्या कह रहे हैं मोहित? क्या कह रहे हैं मोहित? बोलो
सर, बाद में बोल रही है हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे नहीं, आईडी नहीं मिली अभी तक हमें से।
तो आईडी नहीं मिली तो थोड़ी कुछ पेपर सब तो हो गया हमारा। गूगल मीट का लिंक आता है, क्लास लग रही है, सब कुछ ठीक है। ये नहीं नॉट हुआ, बाकी जो कुछ करनी है वो भी हो जाएगी। ठीक है, ऑल द बेस्ट। आई बेस्ट यू। अपने अटेंडेंस कौन ले रहा है? 60 आई हुई है, 60 है क्लास में।
सर तुषार ले रहे हैं।
अच्छा हाँ तुषार मैनेज कर लेगा टाइम।
Yes, sir.
All the very best to all of you. Please keep your morale up. छोटी मोटी बातों में की चिंता किए बिना ब्रॉड गोल अपना रखें। वैसे अब मेरी बातें थोड़ी बोरिंग शायद लगती होंगी आपको भी, पहले सेमेस्टर में अच्छी लगती हैं, दूसरे सेम बातों में आदमी बोर हो जाता है। मैं भी कोशिश करूँगा कुछ नया अपन ऐड करने की। ठीक है, आज 7 बजे तक अपने ग्रुप भेज दो और टाइटल कैसे रखना है, टॉपिक कैसे रखना है, कैसे प्रेजेंट करना है, जैसे आपका रिटर्न क्लियर हो गया और आपको सुबह एक इंटरव्यू के लिए जाना है और वहाँ पे आपको एक टॉपिक
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
All the very best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Adobe Acrobat Pro DC.
Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible? My screen is visible to you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So we will start with the continuation to the linked list that what we have studied till now. That what exactly we have done. That in the last lecture yesterday, we have seen that how we had printed the elements of the linked list in reverse order. What that was just a printing of the elements of the linked list in reverse order. What today we will see two concepts that I want to have the not the printing of the linked list in reverse order. Instead, I want to reverse the linked list. Reverse the linked list means that is the last node should become the first node, second last node should become the second node, and the first node should become a last node. That is, I want to reverse the links of the linked list in a way. So we have the two methods for doing that. We have the iterative method and we also have a recursive method for the same. So we will see both these methods in detail. That is how technically it is being done. So this is, we have seen that when we already I mentioned to you, whenever self-referential structure has been given, generally it is a type of linked list, or it practically refers to the linked list, or it may be a particular kind of data structure. Whatever we have given a struct node having a one data type of integer I, and second part of this node is a address to the same kind of node, that is it is a link basically. First is a data part, second is a link that contains the address of the next node. Then we have a function named as a reverse. This function, as I mentioned to you, it is being used to reverse the linked list. And this function, we are passing the two pointers here. First is a star current, which is a struct node type of pointer. And this reverse function is also returning a pointer, that is struct node star. So what exactly it is doing? Because when we know that whenever any kind of the program is being written, always any function is being called from the main. So that means this reverse function has to also call from the main. And when we are calling this reverse function, we have to pass a certain pointer. So we will pass the head pointer. Head pointer is the you can say pointer which is pointing to the first node of the linked list. That head pointer is received in the current pointer here. And whatever it is returning, because this is a kind of reverse head, this is a call to the function. This is a linked list. See here, this is the linked list. These are the elements of the linked list. Example, head is pointing here. So we are passing the head pointer here, there when we are calling this reverse function. So one important thing that
time frame, and fact is that in negligible time. So if you have aircrafts which employs autopilot features, then it should be able to constantly adjust speed, altitude and direction, and must respond according like a human being. And these type of actions, real type of events cannot wait for indefinitely, and most of the times in mission critical applications they cannot wait at all. So the requirement is that response time is very, very, very small. Now next is, how does interaction between applications and the operating system takes place? Means abhi tak we know that operating system acts as an interface between the hardware and the user. Now what what are the various components? I have given you the real view of the operating system, which indicated that operating system has certain set of components like dispatcher, memory manager, file manager, input output manager, scheduler. All these were the responsibilities, or they were the components of operating system which were together making it to a successful application. So this is how my screen is visible to you, this presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
in the user space, we have these applications like Microsoft Word, Internet Explorer, or your music videos, or music or some graphic applications are there. For all these applications to interact with the operating system or in the kernel space, we have system called interface. System called interface says that in order for these applications to interact with the system, with the operating system, we have a set of system calls. System calls are the set of predefined calls or predefined messages which your operating system components will understand. Okay. Now, before I get into the details of system call interface, in these lower part of this level, we have OS components. These OS components are memory manager, input output manager, dispatcher, scheduler, and processor manager, and all those things are these components. So applications will interact with these components with the help of system call interface. The area where these applications reside is called as user space, and the area in which the operating system components on and all these system calls reside, that is called as kernel space, right? And for these applications to interact with these operating system components, we have certain set of rules, predefined messages, predefined functions that can only be used by these applications to talk to these components. That means operating system components, whatever is there, if you have to pass a message or you need to invoke a function from these components, you need to use specified call set. For example, you need this application, suppose, needs memory, right? So it should generate a message like allocate memory. That is being passed through the system call interface. System call, when it receives the message allocate memory, it understands that this application is demanding for memory. So according to that call which is being generated, allocate memory, it will go to memory manager here, and this memory manager will then allocate the desired part of memory. And once the memory is allocated, this memory manager sends the response back, memory allocated. That is a standard message, standard call, function call, memory allocated. Through this interface, which it understands, okay, job done, memory allocated, and it sends the response back to this application that memory allocated, job done. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
To briefly summarize, the interaction between applications and the operating system takes place in 3 layers. This is the initial set when operating system had just evolved. We have user space, we have kernel space. All the applications initially resided in user space, whereas all operating system kernel components and the system call interface resided in kernel space. So all applications wanted to interact with this operating system components through it, and
You are not properly audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are not audible.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I was saying that initial operating system had two layers of the interaction. User space used to interact with kernel space. All your applications which needed to interact with operating system, they resided in the user space, whereas the entire operating system, all its components was in kernel space. In order for these applications to interact with these operating system components, we had a set of system calls. That is what you call it as system call interface. So it understands for these applications to talk to these components, the standard set of messages, standard set of functions could be invoked by these applications, which this interface could understand, right? And that was decoded and the message was passed to the desired component, which then did the task or performed the task, whatever it was required. The output was generated, and through this interface only the output was delivered to the application, right? Now going ahead with these operating system components. Core operating systems that we talk about just give me a second. The core components that we talk about in operating system. First one is the special application that is called as shell. Shell is kernel. This is what we had discussed a little bit about it in the Linux class also. If you remember, I told you that kernel is the one who is responsible for generating all types of application calls and everything. So software that contains all this entire set of components of operating system is what you call it as kernel, right? So it is the kernel which generates the system calls, which actually performs all the tasks which are the responsibilities of operating system. So it is the kernel which is further divided into four components, that is processor, scheduler, memory manager, input output manager, inter-process communication manager, and file system manager. So these are the primary responsibilities or primary components of operating system, and the nuclei of an operating system or the central authority of the operating system is what you call it as kernel. Now, next is operating system goals. Why do we need operating system? We have already talked about it, that we need operating system to improve the efficiency of the system. Efficiency means overall utilization of resources should be maximum in minimum amount of time and minimum amount of money incurred into getting that system working. Next is robustness. Robustness means even if one or the other component of the system fails, the entire system should not collapse. It should continue to work. That is what you call it as robustness. जैसे आपके पास ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम में बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स हैं, ठीक है? अगर कोई एक कंपोनेंट फेल हो गया, that means that should not mean that the entire system should not be working. It should continue to work. So हमारा ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ऐसा होना चाहिए कि अगर एक कंपोनेंट फेल हो भी जाए तो बाकी सिस्टम चलता रहे. That is what you call it as robustness. Next is scalability. Scalability means you should be able to scale or expand or move that system according to your requirements. Scalability means if there are some functions which are there in the operating system and you are looking for some additional functions, so you should be able to add those additional requirements, additional functionalities easily. That is what you call it as scalability. And further scalability में एक फैक्टर और भी आता है कि जैसे अगर for example in order to install Windows 7 for example और उससे पहले की बात करती हूँ sorry like Windows 3.1 की बात करती हूँ when it was initially designed and so we needed some 4 GB or 2 GB of RAM to install Windows operating system initially. Now when it began to grow up, like when new version of Windows came up, then the requirement of RAM increased. Then latest systems demand that okay कोई software अगर अभी आपको install करना हो तो you may need 16 GB of RAM minimum. So that is not a scalable system. Scalable system का मतलब है कि आपको in the same set of resources you are able to upgrade your system easily. That is what you call it as scalability. जब आपका मन करे आप उसको increase कर लो, जब आपका मन करे आप उसको decrease कर लो. तो earlier in initial days it was not that कि आज मेरा मन कर रहा है कि मेरी RAM 4 GB की होनी चाहिए, कल मेरी requirement 16 GB की है तो I could change it easily. No, it was not so. Because in the initial days or initial system, your primary memory RAM and the disk was a common affair. There were no two different things, so it was really not possible to remove and upgrade your system easily. आज की डेट में होता है कि अच्छा RAM ज़्यादा चाहिए तो चलो इस चिप को निकाला और दूसरा लगा दिया. So that is why your systems are now scalable. Extensibility. Extensibility means that the system should be extensible. Extensible means जिसको आप थोड़ा बढ़ा पाएं. बढ़ा पाने से मतलब है that your system should be, you should be able to install the desired softwares which were not there earlier. Your system was not configured for that, but now even a naive user should be able to install the softwares as and when needed. Portability. Operating system should be portable. Portable, you understand it well, that you should be able to move it from one system to another system. So that is what portability is. अगर आप Windows install करते हैं and if you have licensed version, then portability ensures that if you have an authentic key and you are the authorized person, you can install that Windows on any system wherever you move and you can carry it. Security. Operating system should be secure. It should keep your data secure. It should not leak the information which you have just entered. That includes the product key also. Protection, interactivity and usability. The operating system should be able to provide and protect your data which is being transmitted from one component to another component, and whatever is being transmitted should be received as it is at the other side. For example, application has transmitted the message allocate memory. So memory manager should receive the same message as allocate memory. System call interface should be able to protect your message. If it is not so, then something else may be received. So that protection should also be provided by operating system. Interactivity, it should be interactive. One should be able to interact or use the system to its maximum. And usability also says the same thing, that it should be usable by any naive user. It should not be so complicated that one cannot use it easily. Next is operating system architectures. So these operating system architectures will be talking about various types of architectures from where operating system has actually evolved. Now, if you look at today's operating systems, they seem to be very complex because आज की डेट के जो ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम है, be it Windows, Linux, Android, iOS, all these operating system can provide you many services, and they can support variety of hardware and software also. But big question is, why do we need architecture? What is an architecture? Basically, if you look at architecture, even of a building or any machine or anything, हर चीज को we organize into small modules. If you look at one house, we have small number of rooms are there. There is a kitchen, there is a drawing room, there is a bedroom, there is store, there is a washroom, and all those things are designed or are placed at a particular position for a particular functionality, and they all interact with each other in a proper way. And if it is not so, then everything will collapse. That means if you do not design or do not specify that kitchen is supposed for cooking only, someone might get messed up using kitchen as, say, washroom, and they may start using washroom as kitchen. So every component in the house has its predefined functionality. Similarly, they are organized or placed according to the functionality which is being there. Nobody would prefer कि आपके, if you are residing in a flat, nobody would prefer कि घुसते ही पहले washroom आ जाए instead of drawing room, right? So similarly, architecture deals with design of anything so that everything looks clear, components are easily accessible, and each component should perform the desired task for what it has been designed to. So architecture of an operating system is designed or also defines the same thing, that it handles the complexity of the operating system. Instead of all modules, all components messed up, operating system architecture also organizes all these components in a specified pattern, specified module set, and each component is given a set of privileges, set of functionalities with which they execute. Some component might have higher privilege than the other component. For example, as I've already been saying the same thing, that processor is the fastest device in your operating system, whereas suppose input-output devices, keyboard, printers are slow compared to processor. So execution of a job on processor is given more priority, or I should say processor is more privileged than a printer. So depending upon what type of device you are using and what is the functionality that is being going on, or architecture defines that. So processor scheduling is a more privileged component than your input-output component. Types of operating system architectures. We have various types of architectures that are existing. Nowadays, most of our systems are networked and distributed operating systems. But in initial days, when the operating system had just evolved, it was monolithic architecture. From monolithic, the research grew up and then came up layered architectures, and from layered to we had microkernel architectures. So we'll just have a look at all these architectures now. Now, monolithic architectures. Have a look at this diagram. What do you understand here? Anyone? जो मैंने शुरू में बताया था वही है ये, तो वेरी गुड। लेकिन वो मैंने क्या बताया था ये तो बताओ।
इसमें एक ही लेयर हो मैम, मतलब हार्डवेयर और एप्लीकेशन के बीच
एक ही लेयर है। वेरी गुड। फिर क्या हुआ?
इसीलिए तो इसका नाम इसमें मोनो है। मोनो मतलब एक थिक मतलब लेयर, एक लेयर।
Very good. So there is only one layer between the entire architecture. एक layer में आपके पास applications हैं और the primary layer है layer 0 जिसको आप कहते हैं, that is kernel layer. ठीक है. अब इस आर्किटेक्चर में होता क्या है? एक्चुअली इफ यू लुक एट दिस, we understand this architecture, right? अब this kernel contains all these components of operating system. That means ये जो सब modules हैं, memory manager, processor and IPC, file system and all these modules, they are within the kernel, and these modules can interact with each other directly. That means memory manager, if it needs to talk to processor or processor scheduler, it can talk to it directly. Similarly, PS can talk to IPC directly. मतलब message communication between any two components is direct, right? तो अगर आप किसी से direct बात करते हैं, तो that means you improve the efficiency overall. जो time in communication था, delay था, वो कम हो जाएगा अगर आप किसी से direct बात कर रहे हैं. So this type of architecture, monolithic architecture, means it has only one component, one layer architecture, and all these components can talk to each other directly. Since these components can talk to each other directly, so this system architecture proved to be highly efficient if it ran correctly. Now, if it ran correctly means अगर किसी भी level पर कोई भी error आया, that means the desired output could not be received, then it was very difficult to identify कि इनमें से किसने गलती की है, at which point of time or which module had run into error. We could not identify that. This is why this monolithic architecture could not succeed much. Basically, I would say, to summarize this monolithic architecture, our earlier operating system that had one big kernel, and this one big kernel contains scheduling system, file system, device drivers, memory manager, and all as single process manager. All these components used to share the common address space. That is why they could talk directly. एक ही मेमोरी में एक बड़ा सा ब्लॉक इनको दे दिया और सब उसी में, वो रेजिडेंट मॉनिटर का जो कंसेप्ट था, that was implemented and they could talk to each other directly. लेकिन आउटपुट जब में अगर गड़बड़ हो जाए तो that could not be identified. That was the primary reason for further research. Next level or next type of architecture that came into existence after monolithic is layered architecture. जैसे अभी बात हुई एक ही लेयर है, all are grouped together, तो that was the major problem. तो उस प्रॉब्लम को रिमूव करने के लिए the scientists or the researchers divided the modules into layers. So here we have five layered architecture, and it grouped the components into layers. So the top layer, which is being seen by a user or which contains the user applications, is layer 4. Layer 4 contains all user applications which interact with the user. So user applications include your Word files, Internet Explorer, Windows, time clock, music systems, any softwares which you might be using to run any program. So whenever any user application wants to interact or wants to process any application or any message, that message is being received by your input-output manager, input-output management layer, so which is being taken care by input-output manager. Input-output manager will receive the input, process the input, and forwards that inputs to message interpreter at the next layer. This message interpreter interprets the message, understands कि ये message किस particular component के लिए है, and according to that component, according to that understanding, memory, suppose it demands memory allocation, so the message is being passed to memory manager, which assigns the memory and once that memory is assigned, the processor is allocated and the process is scheduled to run. Once this process is scheduled to run and it completes the execution, the output is delivered via the same channel going. The output is saved in memory. Message is then interpreted that okay, this job is done, deliver it. Then it is sent back to IO manager to the user directly. So instead of all the layers, all the components jumbled up in one big box, now we have set of layers. So layered architecture says, or it demands that only few components or the components which are actually essential to the kernel, including the address space, inter-process communication, and basic scheduling, that should now be the part of kernel. So kernel should now contain only the address space, inter-process communication, and basic scheduling responsibilities. Other services which are now performed by servers running on the user mode, यहाँ पर जो आपके servers हैं, applications हैं, all these other services which could be performed by any set of user applications, they are treated like user applications only. So this approach, layered architecture, has basically, I would say, has decoupled the server and the kernel. So kernel is now small, kernel is now a lightweight kernel. It offers you more flexibility and it is good for distributed environment as well, because kernel is now less responsible, less lightly weighted. But it is, when it comes to performance of layered architecture, then the performance degrades. Now, can anyone tell me why the performance degrades? Definitely. That is why, definitely. ये बच्चा कौन है? विंध्यल सेक्शन 2 का है या 1 का? 2 का। अभी तो हमारी सेक्शन 1 की क्लास है ना? So basically, performance of layered architecture degrades, right? फिर हमारे पास इस प्रॉब्लम को, degradation in the performance को देखते हुए, we came up with the idea of microkernel system architecture. माइक्रोकर्नल ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम आर्किटेक्चर ने कहा कि जो आपका कर्नल है उसको फर्दर लाइट वेट कर दो. दैट मीन्स व्हाट वी डिड वाज, कर्नल वाज सेट टू परफॉर्म ओनली फ्यू रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज, मेमोरी मैनेजमेंट, सिंक्रोनाइजेशन एंड इंटर प्रोसेस कम्युनिकेशन. इसके अलावा व्हाटएवर वर द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज दैट वर मूव्ड टू यूजर स्पेस. So all file system, process scheduling, all device management were performed in the user space through the system calls, and whosoever were the applications, they could now do all these services. अब आप अगर ध्यान दो तो आज की डेट में अगर आपको आपके सिस्टम पे, ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में आप डिवाइस मैनेजर्स, you can see, and now you can manage your devices, which one is working, which one is not working, what is the problem, right? You can check out what processes are running, and if some process is creating a problem, you can always kill it, right? You can look at your file system also, and you can manage your files on your own. So this is microkernel architecture. It only, like, we are left with this very, very few responsibilities of kernel. So kernel is very small and scalable in this case. High degree of modularity is there, right? And you can definitely, overloading you can say, or the responsibility of this IPC is more. IPC is inter-process communication. That means किसी भी process को जो पहले it was allowed to go for direct communication, now instead of direct communication, all these processes are required to talk through IPC, inter-process communication. तो जो भी command इनको exchange करनी है, that will be done through IPC. Next is network and distributed operating system. Now, network operating system, this type of operating system runs on one computer, but your one computer can access resources on the other computer. Whereas in distributed operating system, we have only one operating system, and it can manage the resources on one or more than one computer system. Basically, network operating system में you have one computer on which your operating system runs. It has its own memory space. It has its entire component. एक पूरी machine है जिसके ऊपर आप run कर रहे हो अपना program. But you can have other machines with full configurations and some more machines with full configuration with independent on operating system. But all these machines can talk to each other, can get the job done by moving the task from one machine to another. Whereas in case of distributed operating system, there is only single operating system which is being distributed to group of nodes, group of machines, and when one machine is running the job or when it moves, the job can run on any of those machines, or any of those machines means independently you can divide the job into several modules and run on different machines at the same time. That is what distributed operating system is. Distributed operating system में जितनी भी nodes होती हैं, they all share a common address space, common memory होती है उनके पास, and single operating system. So that means it is tightly coupled. Correct? So these were the types of operating system. This may give you the idea about network and distributed operating system, that we have several machines are there which are connected to the hub to various servers on the network, right? And now you can see that these machines have access to common disks, common address space, and some common processors, but they might have their own operating systems. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this was all about operating system, introduction to operating system and types of operating system. One more thing that I wanted to cover was processes, but time says it will not be okay because maybe next class scheduled है. Fine, so we'll take it up there from here to processes in the next class. Mukul, could you please take the attendance now?
Yes, ma'am. Everyone, please write your roll numbers in the chat box.
And start leaving the classes.